Oh my. Hey, I wonder if it lets us play the gacha game before we have to do the trial. Nope. Yeah, the person on the title screen is always random. There's no correlation to the case that you're in either, since it's been people that have already died that show up there. So, for example, during the case where Hifumi and Taka were murdered, it showed Mondo during one of our streams. No correlation that you know of. So this raises a question for me personally. If a student is missing, but they are not the one who's implicated in the trial, for example, Kyoko, we don't know that Kyoko is the one that's dead, but does that mean she still doesn't show up to the class trial? Or does Kyoko's not being here confirm that she is the dead one? Yeah, okay, so the 16th student never showed up. Hey, Devastating Wrath. You know, I will be very interested to see, if Kyoko's face has a red X on it. Also, wasn't it mentioned in the first trial, like, why are there 16 seats? And Monokuma said something sketchy. Ooh, 1 second. I'll be right back, guys.
Oh no. You'll be destroyed.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Were you guys interviewing Kittle? She's being a good girl. You know what's great? She's probably just gonna stick there the whole time. She's a good little companion kitty. Whoa, Byakuya and Makoto showed up together! Where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to go off together? Just the two of you? Hey, Diego. Great to see ya. You're here just in time for the start of Danganronpa, so good timing, good timing. Hope you're having a great Sunday. What? Are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second now. Any second? He could show up at any time? When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. I know, I'm so happy about it, Ja. Oh, I gave another meaning to your Sunday nights. That's really sweet, Diego. Thank you so much. Sunday nights have become my favorite stream days by far, just because this game is so great. What? You okay? Alright. Hey, it's Gamer with Fluff. How's it going? Welcome. More Danganronpa tonight. Hope you enjoy. We're gonna do a class trial. We stood there for 5 full minutes waiting for something weird to happen, and then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? Kitty got claws! You love this anime. Nice. This is a blind playthrough. First time playthrough for me, and many of the others in chat. So just try to withhold any details you know. But I've heard a lot of people thought the anime was bad in comparison to the game. I don't know because I haven't seen the anime, but I sure love this game. Also, did Monokuma usually show up in the room with them? I think no, right? Okay. Maybe he died again? We're on chapter 5 now, by the way, Kitty. It's really an interesting case. I said in Discord this morning, I was kind of afraid that Danganronpa would become less interesting the smaller that the cast size got. But it's actually still super interesting. What should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or what? Jesus! Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here, now can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you.
My.
Sorry, but you're wrong. But I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look. Hey, Morrison! Welcome back! You got here at a great time! What the heck is happening?
Were you looking for me?
Thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. I'm here, and no rule's been broken.
So happy.
Kyoko! Kyoko, you're still alive? Yeah, those nails, there's no way. No, that's a ghost! Stop
Now do you
talking.
understand?
Well, I'm only wondering what the hell are they gonna solve now that Kyoko's here? Or maybe somebody's being impersonated. Ooh. If you want to fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
Is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Am I wrong? You're so selfish, so spoiled. You're right, there's no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later. No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts on the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of you. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko! So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Thank God. I'm so glad you're okay. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right! Now we've got to deal with a ghost! I told you, stop talking.
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator. So Byakuya is still acting shady as fuck. Master, wait for me! Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial is all over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator, but I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you, where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So,
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down just in time to hear the class trial announcement. Well, okay, if Kyoko's telling the truth, does that mean one of the other people murdered the, whoever's body that is? I feel like now the eyes are going to be on Toko and Byakuya. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? Not the whole time. Because remember, Toko left the group to go to the garden place. Byakuya has his whole story about going to the garden and then going back and the whole long-winded thing. And Aoi left to go get breakfast. I don't think that Aoi is ever going to kill anybody, though. So that's why you were late. I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
Wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. What?
just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
My.
Makoto.
We can go over the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation,
It would seem...
because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her, that's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So why would she say it's a crucial moment for her? Maybe because, I don't know, she has no alibi?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. Yeah. Place your bets on what Kyoko's ultimate title is. I'm gonna say Ultimate Mercenary. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, Fail.
Now do you understand?
And the doors slid shut.
No, it's wrong.
This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In the dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't
Ah, I've been waiting for this. Wow, look at the background. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs is past.
Chills! Chills! Kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. Here we go. Yes, read the accounts. So let's just review the accounts, since those are always the things that we mix up. You know what I want to know? How the heck do the chickens play into this? Okay, so Byakuya's account. Byakuya stated that there was no corpse in the garden just after nighttime last night, so it can be assumed the murder must have taken place sometime after that. Byakuya also said that he, Yasuhiro, Toko, and Aoi were in the gym the entire night, and none of them were alone at any point. Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school, to sneak into the 2nd floor dorms. This area seems to have no monitors or security cameras. So, my expectation is that this is going to play into how she was able to get into Makoto's room and rescue him from the killer person. Oh, Monokuma's account. I forgot about that. Apparently the killing game began with 16 students. It is assumed that Mukuro Ikusaba was the 16th student. Monokuma also revealed that the reason Kyoko wears gloves is to hide something she doesn't want anyone to see. Oh yeah, Fail, could you fill Spectro in? Yeah, I feel like I have a very hazy idea of what has happened. Yeah, I think that they're definitely related somehow. Maybe not, like, sisters related, but related by, like, that organization. Either that, or somebody tried to make the body look like Kyoko. We will find out. Okay. I can't trust you anymore, Jam. Because you were wrong about the love thing between Aoi and Sakura.
Trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
Oh my god, Jam.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
She just doesn't say anything.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that
Hey,
the
Andy.
corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
Oh my god, Jam.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... Alright, here we go. Fake nails? Tattoo?
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Exploded body analysis. How about when the body was found? Is that an option? Body before the explosion.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I think just because of Anime Jam. But I'm wondering how the game wants me to prove that, though, because I would think it would be how we found the body, which we could then just say the hands were exposed. But what they want me to do isn't really obvious.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt
Shit,
up in the
yeah, that's what it is,
explosion.
Jam.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, because that corpse is... This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing
I got blocked.
Shoot! That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. No, prove she's not a ghost.
Oh, really?
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Okay, shot in the dark. How would you put gloves on over fake nails, right?
No. There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that.
That was a complete, like, let's just see if this works.
Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails. Don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Yes, thank you, Byaki.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim?
Whatever.
First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from here. Fragments of the dead body. Tattoo on the right hand is probably what we want.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Oh, shit. I got excited. Sorry.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
We need to find out who the victim was before we can do anything else.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right? If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't Detective.
Okay, I guess. Kind of a stretch, again.
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For if you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
She's just being stupid.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Oh my god, Toko voice commands.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within
Because you
that
think I'm
tattoo.
ugly?
Oh god! Frank! Thank you so much for the 2 months of support. How are you doing, friend? Do you know Danganronpa? This game's class trials are amazing.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to other information we have, the victim's identity should become clear. Okay. Okay, so it's this one.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Yeah, Toko is honestly a pretty amazing character, and we have no idea how those chickens are going to play into this, so I really want to know.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad...
Oh, and good, Greenfish, I hope everything's going alright. I know you said you had some personal stuff going on, and speaking from experience, my life has been pretty hectic lately. So I hope you're doing well.
would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Okay, should be wolf, right?
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf race. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. And that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf. Which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a last trial?
I feel like Jam's theory... I feel like Jam's theory about Mukuro and Kyoko possibly being twins might be right on. It might be right on.
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, Being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description.
Yeah, it said ultimate soldier, right?
All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
Yeah. I want an explanation, Kyoko. Look, I'm on your side, but I need to know.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Fukusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this, no matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record.
Which one, Ja?
The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Maybe it was you, Jam.
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Based on what we know, there can only be two suspects. Toko and Genocide Jack.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to get my name clear.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body?
Smaller because of the sprinklers though, right?
Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
What time the body was discovered? Shit, I think it was 9 o'clock, right?
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
Murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. Okay, looks like this game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. Easy. The sprinklers. Easy. Easy, easy, easy.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time. We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Alright. Does it want me to shoot what Byakuya said with the sprinklers?
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10...
No,
That doesn't really contradict. It's true that it... Whatever.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet?
No,
How
it's
dare
wrong.
you spew such indecent words?
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? Oh my god. Denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
What?
Man, they're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I can't do this.
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence. That should do it. Oh shit.
I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. No!
That part is so bad. I hate that you have to look through the truth bullets. Just to... Ugh, that's so stupid.
Is this really the end for all of us?
Hi, Tim. It just... Why do they make you do that? This part is hard enough. They shouldn't have to make you make a split decision like that.
I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No!
I'm doing worse this time. So triggered.
Are you trying to blame me?
How am I missing?
I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. No! How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
What?
Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. How can you say it wasn't the...
This should prove it.
I hate that part
Just
so
remember what the body was
much.
like
I hate that
after
part
the
so
explosion,
much.
And you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers
Whatever,
got the
we made
body
it.
wet, shouldn't the whole body have
At
been
least if
wet?
you choose the wrong one, it lets you go right back into the ending phase there.
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because...
Oh, also, hi Donovan, totally with an M, Tim, and anybody else that came in while I was trying to focus that stupid minigame.
While the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Seeming like Byakuya might be the one. Kyoko's the only one without an alibi, which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone? That's...
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything.
But why would Kyoko think that she's the ultimate despair when she was the one that had the form that said she was the ultimate soldier? It doesn't make sense.
So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
Yeah?
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Oh, the tarp!
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Certain something that was used to cover the body. Could it have been?
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water.
The tarp did have a little bit of blood or dirt on it.
In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now.
Complete my task.
Oh, hey, Tux. That tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said. When the body was found, probably.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side...
Damn it.
Shoot!
Oh, wow. Hey, look, all of these bullet points, for the most part, have been kind of wacky. But you're right.
I refuse to give up yet!
We'll just let the conversation play, then we'll decide.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp... it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
So that's probably what I have to shoot with when the body was found, right? Because when the body was found, there was a big blood splotch on it.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was because the spray, but the underside, it was totally
because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
What?
Shoot!
Yeah, that's what makes this kind of hard. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's body before the explosion.
Covering the body with the tarp.
Yeah.
The killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side
because the spray, but the underside, it was totally
it's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Wait, what? How did I miss? Okay.
By covering the body with the tarp,
the killer prevents.
So the reason that was the spray, but the underside, it was totally it's because that side,
since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, that's wrong.
Good lord, I'm going to get a glass of wine. Hi, Armin.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it.
How the heck did I miss that one? Also, hey, Armin. Pretty interesting class trial with really freaking hard make your argument phases. Oh yeah, we've got a sleeping kitty right here.
Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
The chicken! Oh!
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No. That's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
They got the blood from right there in the garden, right? Which must mean... Oh...
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around.
When did Kevin make it to champion? What are you talking about? Hey, Kisuan! There's been quite a few developments. For one, we know for sure Kyoko's not dead since she's right here. And we're trying to find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba. Oh god, is somebody running a Kevin defense in champion?
Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it.
Yeah.
The ground was completely clean.
Does this have something to do with the duct tape?
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
No. Nice, Diego.
I think so.
No.
Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet.
Yeah, it was backwards.
Because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body. The coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Oh my god! Stop, no!
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Oh my god, Kyoko is legitimately coming for us.
No, that's wrong.
The suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. What? Disguised dead body?
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
Jam!
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
It's one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back.
Oh, right, but the knife isn't long enough to do that, right?
So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Oh my god! Is Kyoko... Was she setting us up?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Oh, here we go.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Well, there was something else about a blunt object, right?
The knife we...
Okay, it's not there.
found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
So maybe disguise dead body into getting stabbed?
The knife we found lodged in the... It's the same one! It really is, isn't it?
If he did have
That seals it. Makoto did it.
just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is...
Wow, okay,
No, that's
sure.
wrong.
Sure.
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't
I
what
think
killed
that
Mukuro.
the form your argument portions of this are not very good in this case.
That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body.
So it was thrust after.
Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Yeah.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, there's no way that's possible. Probably Monokuma file, right?
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing.
I love this.
The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines too, Jam. I'm either Byakuya or Kyoko. Because I could also see the game going the route of, like, Kyoko has a very important thing to tell you, but then gets executed. But Byakuya makes the most sense because he's been suspicious, trying to pin it on other people. And he clearly went out of his way to set up evidence to make it so he could blame Makoto. I don't think so, Tom, because if Toko's the one that planted the bomb, she wouldn't have reached for the mask.
It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
Oh, shit, you're right. Okay, okay, we're back on track, we're back on track. No, because if Toko was the one that saw the corpse,
I'm so genius.
you know that she's hemophobic, so she would have fainted and forgotten what she was doing. Yeah, nope, nope, nope.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Also, though, I think Byakuya definitely knows something because right when Toko reached for the mask, he said, "Don't touch that," so he knew that there was a bomb.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but...
Maybe he was hoping that Makoto would reach for the mask, die in the explosion, and then he could just say it's Kyoko.
What's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Because we can't just kill anybody. There's only one explanation I can think of for the explosion.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. Shit. Body before the explosion. Exploding body analysis. I don't know.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Yeah, but those are old. I can only think of one thing that could have killed her.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with a metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
You know what I was thinking about? I feel like Byakuya could definitely be related to the case. Because last time Byakuya, like, walked around and investigated with us, he was definitely related to the case during Chihiro's. So that kind of, like, rose a red flag for me.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kinda weird. Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master! You have no right! I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hina for doubting it, because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. Bloody duct tape?
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Master! You have no right!
I'm so good at this game.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right?
I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just...
No, it's wrong! You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled up wad of duct tape. The killer probably uses duct tape to bind multiple arrows together.
Yep.
Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Man, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
She's acting kind of weird.
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
But Byakuya, certainly you are smart enough to realize Kyoko could not have put the key in her own room because she didn't have... Oh, actually, she had a master key that could open any lock. So she 100% could have gone back into her room. Yeah.
Oh,
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all. Remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
No, it's wrong! I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just, there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
Oh god.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue? Could that be when... Oh, this is gonna be sad, isn't it? She killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
Oh? Oh? What if Byakuya went along to show us the evidence so we would be certain it's Makoto, but it was really him? What does that mean? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Byakuya should know that Kyoko didn't do it. Because of the key thing?
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
But she has another key.
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Well, there's only two selections here, so it has to be one into the other.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, that's wrong.
I think it definitely does, Morrison.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Because I think Kyoko has used the key on Makoto's room twice.
Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself.
Nope. They said that the room locks are unpickable.
Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us, an obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. What if it is a twin and this is not... What if Kyoko is dead and this is actually Mukuro?
No, that's wrong.
Oh, hey, Taps. Mastermind's trapped. The Mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko, but what if that's not really true? What can I do? The victim was Mukuro and Kyoko killed her? She's Sayaka-ing us? I really hope not. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Thanks, Tom. Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. It's the only one who can... I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The Mastermind's trap. What do I do?
Oh my.
I think we have to pursue it.
Now do you understand?
Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko's definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden. Yeah, I trust Ja. Oh shit! Look, all the accounts! It's Kyoko's account.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
No! No. Kyoko could have gotten into her room. You said so yourself. Didn't you, Kyoko?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
And I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing—
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it.
Oh no!
So I lost. That's all this means.
Huh? Then, you saying you really didn't, Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
Oh shit!
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished. The class trial is all over.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you. But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
No!
But no further!
Good job, you got it right. Brilliantly right. You got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko!
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Shut up.
I'm scared.
And that's how the class trial of Mukuro Igisaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent, or regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me, I just stopped thinking about it. It was the end of Mukuro's class trial. In the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. We got the bad end. We straight up got the bad end. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. She had it! What happened to Toko? Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Hope, hope, hope. This is hope.
No! This isn't right!
Huh?
Hope will never die.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
My heart cannot take this. It cannot take this.
I don't really understand.
Oh my god. Her claim? Oh, that's right. I have to... Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not? I've made my decision.
Before it's too late.
I have to believe Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the Mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned. Honestly, how much you want to bet if we had chosen that the first time, it wouldn't have let you? You know how the game like strong arms you into choosing what you're supposed to do to move the game forward? It does let you choose it. So we got like an optional... We got a glimpse of actual despair.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
The prophecy of Kain winning.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of.
Monokuma?
Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Did we just choose another bad end?
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
Are they gonna make us choose Runaway?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Hey, hold on! What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Choose Monokuma.
Oh no.
What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Cynthia ugly.
Good job.
Yep.
They got it right. No, that's not true. None of this makes any sense. The whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Kyoko?
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Maybe he killed her, like, in a feverish state? Is that possible?
Oh no.
We gotta... The answer must have been run away. We were supposed to run away. Well, we might get to view all of the, options, I guess? Uh-huh. What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Hope will never die.
Alter ego. Alter ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell, I don't believe this. Seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a sting. It was a pinch and itch. The stupid virus is gone now, right? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit in a way that's even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of this? What the hell is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you
What
say?
are you talking about?
so
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce each year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body starting to come back together, and then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside of a hopeless nightmare? No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. It was a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me. And he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now, for myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of there. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? That's a rocket and a tank. It's better not to think too much about what I'm seeing down here. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. Locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Oh, what if Kyoko knows where the door to the garbage chute is? And she has the key still, I think. Well, I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. And that's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign, not exactly. What the? A strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. Oh my god, are they like care packages from Kyoko? As I watched, the giant pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over here? Something fell from above. What could it have been? Yeah, I bet it's survival shit. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, guys. 1 second.
This is over. Bye.
No, it's wrong.
Okay, we're back. Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
This place smells awful. Kyoko? She has the key. She has the key.
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing down here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. Whew, that really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up, then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that, huh?
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that! You didn't abandon me! No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Yes, finally! The reason I have to survive,
in other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do.
Oh, I'm so happy!
What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did, once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. Forgot? But that's... Then it really is true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived in the school? The first thing. You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too. And when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation with myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because my purpose and my ability, somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories can be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? Mastermind, one of us. Jam! If she believed that, then of course she couldn't just trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were the least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. I'm just not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known for me. I'm the ultimate detective. Okay, so we called that. We majorly called that. Ultimate detective?
Correct.
The reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us he thought the headmaster was involved.
Huh?
No matter what,
So,
My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
however...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said that the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using that key I'd found. Why there? Because I found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, the room would most likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
And once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. And I'm sure you'll get the chance to see it soon enough. Is it gonna be like that classroom with all the blood and the chalk things? Sounds like it must be important and really ominous.
However...
Of course, once I got to the second floor dorms, there were no cameras and no monitors. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? So, real quick, before we keep going with this, they didn't... Technically, they all voted for somebody that didn't commit the crime. So does that mean everybody else is gonna die? Why is Kyoko alive? I see. The mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim? It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean... during the night? I can hear them, you know? The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway...
which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
that wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised. And the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So that's why she thinks one of our people is the mastermind. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And if it's not just Mukuro, they needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words...
it means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about...
that's right.
What happened a year ago, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair? That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Oh my god. Alright, let's refill. Let's refill wine, beer, whatever you guys are drinking. I feel like the plot is really picking up. I feel like we're gonna be done with this game by next weekend. Good thing we have Danganronpa too. Anyway, everybody go refill, take a bathroom break, get snacks, and we'll pick it back up in like 2 minutes. The Kittle Cam. Wow. What a crazy chapter. I was gonna be so distraught if we were supposed to let Kyoko die there. But it makes sense that we couldn't let her die because she's the only one who's, like, figured out anything meaningful about what's going on. Oh, man.
Is it because you think I'm ugly?
Also, there's some very good voice commands that we have to take from that trial. Definitely, I heard some good ones. It gets crazier. That's good. That's good news. I'm really happy that this game is following through in terms of excitement. It's exciting from the moment it started to right now. And that's with losing, what, over half of the characters that we started with? Oh yeah, let's send out another auto battle in Epic 7, shall we? Walrus 2. You guys really want that Walrus command. Alright, are people trickling back in? Are we ready? Hey, Tom. Say is ready. Gamer with Fluff is ready. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Yeah, let's do this, Morrison. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. Is Taka on the waifu bot? No, he's not. Not yet. And I know just the picture of him to use. Not that I have it saved or anything. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. So, what I'm feeling right now, I feel like it could be one of the people that we've been working with. So I feel like it definitely could be Byakuya. It definitely could be Yasuhiro. You want it to be Aoi just for surprises? I don't think so. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming with the next class trial, the plot of the game will pretty much have been wrapped up. But right now,
Anyway...
Right now, we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. We have a way to open this door. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. Yay, Ally Store! Also, welcome to the stream, Ally Store. I don't know if I welcomed you and you popped in. But I hope you're enjoying our blind Danganronpa. This game is just too much fun. I love it so much. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the... Oh, oops, that's Kyoko. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And if you can open it... And with it, you can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
That's right. Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey, Kyoko, can we use that key of yours to open this door?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole, and then... Yes, it opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. You know what I wonder? How does Kyoko know where the garbage chute is? Wasn't there an incinerator and that's it? Oh, maybe it was there was another door, actually, in the garbage room. Maybe she used that. Finally, we were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Danganronpa. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. Oh my. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I know, fail. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you mention it, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So, Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So, how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So,
right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society, which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of the family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some pride. I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it's because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? So you would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However...
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. What's longer, this ladder or that tunnelway where Reen was running through with the princess? He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented, he had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work, so he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me, because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression, so I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing. One thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me, even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past, in order to remove him from my life forever, I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that...
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence, and after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? Yep, that's what I thought of too. I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed up against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... Looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. How did they survive the fall? Like, if they were that far down underground, wouldn't the drop have... Anime. Got it. But Makoto fell on a desk. Imagine Kyoko goes to all the trouble to, like, cushion herself and fall down there. And then she gets there and Makoto's there with a broken neck or a broken back. He died a day ago. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the Mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer.
In other
Let's
words...
ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the Mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The Mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The Mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the Mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. I wonder why Monokuma didn't just show up the second they popped up. Yeah, we don't.
Well now.
Hey! Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe...
But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but it is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again, and this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko!
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However...
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
No.
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that it matters to you, right? Huh? I lose?
Hey!
You? Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because...
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me. I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened, and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
However...
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the class trial weren't at all what you were expecting, because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
Right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However...
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
You executed Mukuro for it would surely be a... Oh, so executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Black End is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose. You talk a big game. You're saying the Black End is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And can you prove this? You can prove this, right?
Wow.
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. Is this a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence?
That doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because...
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by despair you love so to inspire so much.
However...
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence.
Indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey.
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
Indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey.
Of course, you can say we're just making all this up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto, without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square, then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey.
Well, would that make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown, in other words. This would be our chance to expose the identity of Mukuro's killer, one of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting. Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for bear jokes. Now, what you've suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
In other words...
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is Barry a fitting end.
You guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right, every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school, then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey.
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
Hey.
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement.
You've been naughty.
Hey, Reglo. So she's just confirming that somebody from the class did kill Mukuro right here, I think. You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Huh? Mukuro's trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations, which would mean that whoever killed Mukuro... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but... This killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
Listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden? I think that what they're saying, Magical Exemplar, is that the person that committed the crime is actually the mastermind. So somebody was a spy for the mastermind, which was Sakura, and somebody is the mastermind.
Now I'm really angry!
I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable.
Hey!
Leave me alone! Get out of here! Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey.
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. But just like that, we were out of the gym.
How dare you?
I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However...
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the Mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
So...
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
Because...
It's all because of that one moment that I said the Mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So when was it that the Mastermind let their guard down? Oh my god, Quinn, this episode has been crazy. I don't even know where to begin. Kyoko showed up right before the trial. We went through the trial, and Kyoko gave us information, and the game made you either call her out on it or not call her out on it. And we didn't know what to do, so we called her out on it, and we viewed a bad end. Literally where Kyoko dies after saying, I didn't do it, but this was a trap meant to kill me. And then we saw a picture of Aoi having everybody's children. And then Makoto snapped out of it, and we got to reselect our option. We chose that to cover her lie. We were executed, but right before we were supposed to be executed, Alter Ego shows up and interferes, and we end up in the trash room instead. It was wild. This episode has just been crazy.
So...
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
Listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's very hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However...
And yet somehow the mastermind was able to do it.
In other words...
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. Reason?
So...
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world? The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, it makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody. And yeah, we're getting to the real plot now.
In other words...
I kind of don't think anybody else is going to be murdered, but I could be wrong. So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey.
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
That's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group, whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words...
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. Hey Mike, it's good to see you. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored the rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
At the very least.
Yeah, we've been live for about 3 hours, and so much has happened. Seems like the underlying plot is actually unraveling. At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
Indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial following all of their proper rules to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
it would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulations. But all of that was just a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
However,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we even got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sigh of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd showed my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin our final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible? Huh? Anyway, right now we have to go find the others.
Shall we go?
They're probably somewhere in the dorms. Shall we go? Yeah, but what if one of the students is the mastermind? I seriously wonder if anybody else is going to die. And suddenly we were greeted with... You again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Jeez, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah!
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Oh, God. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away! Shoo! Shoo! Oh, sorry, kiddo. Oh my god, so cute. And in a flash, my tears dried up. Ugh, you stink. Are you rotten?
I'm telling you.
Rotten physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. This smell is so smelly. Super smelly. You smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. She seems happy for some reason. So, so what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again. And no dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked. So there weren't any new areas. No, not on my lap. Then where can we go to find new clues? I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me either. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you.
Yo!
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
You know?
Did you get to talk to her? Who? Miss Cleo. No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo?
Makoto.
True, he is the ultimate lucky student. Maybe that's... yeah. There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial.
Huh?
Last class trial?
In other
We're going to
words-
redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't. Like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind. What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
That's right. It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy. I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time. Oh, what's up, Latius?
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does this mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared, that's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here! For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it later. So knowing all this, what do we do now? Oh, what's up, Dammy? You missed a class trial earlier. It was a trip. But everybody is alive as a result. And I think we're in the last leg of the game.
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone?
I hate you.
Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I mean, I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
Anyway,
at this point, the only way to survive is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all the school's mysteries? I feel like that all the school's mysteries part of this makes this seem like an impossible task. Because who's to say when all of the mysteries are solved, you know what I mean? It's a pretty freaking tall order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is. So, if we work together and search as hard as we possibly can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh?
I
can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us a little hint of his. Hint?
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. But why?
So in other
words, if the
words,
mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have to have set foot in this school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that. Chibi! Just do the command, you stinker!
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak Academy are the
Shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is...
Like I said, ridiculous.
There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Add in Mukuro and you get 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them?
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? Oh my god, Jam, that would be insane. Kiddo, who do you think the mastermind is? Go ahead, you can sit behind me. I just don't want you on my lap, you crazy critter.
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have said it. All that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly possible, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. But that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair, so they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
but...
I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right, right?
And maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement.
Oh.
You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school.
I mean, you might as well, since Kyoko has the key. This isn't actually a favor.
Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. We need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Goodbye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Gah, Master! He didn't take me with him. Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream, or coffee. You're totally useless. So, bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
But...
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
'cause,
But
I mean...
up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been there, I would have died. Makoto? That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
Okay.
So I figure, at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
Indeed. So, you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However...
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So...
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then...
Well, I'd better be going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
Correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school had been unlocked, right? We should be able to investigate every nook and cranny of the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before. Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. And then we can all escape together. All right, I'm actually really excited to check out all the new rooms that we couldn't go in before. There's a bio lab. There's that room in the data center. There's the second floor dorms. The headmaster's room. Yeah, but Phil, here's what I'm thinking. What if we just keep going? And then we just do the class trial on Saturday, and that's the end of Danganronpa 1. And then next Sunday, we can start 2. I'll leave it up to you guys. I am totally good. We are totally good to keep going, or if you guys want me to save it for Saturday, I can. But I would be okay. Yeah, see, I think people want to see more. Yeah, I mean, I'll play Epic 7 later tonight regardless, Kisuan, but I think I want to keep going until, like, 9, if I can. So that means 2.5 more hours of investigating. Let's just keep going. It's gonna be fine. You vote to wait? Wait, why, Jam? We can just review everything next week. Jam, I think we should keep going, and then we'll just review everything next week.
Emergency! Emergency!
Unless if a lot of people can't make it to Saturday's stream next week, and then we should save the final class trial for next Sunday. I don't know. Do I need to make a poll? Oh my god, Armin, is this true? Is this date number 2? Alright guys, let's get some group participation.
How dare you?
Alright guys, everybody do it. Type exclamation point vote, and then either 0 for yes or 1 for no. Everybody that's in chat right now, lurkers, it doesn't matter. Everybody go. 0 is yes, 1 is no. Majority will rule, and I'll end the poll in 3 minutes. So at 6:43. Think of it this way too, either way, whatever happens is good. We continue tonight, we get more content, right? We're really caught up in the story right now. We save it for next week, and we are just doing the same content. Yes is continue. Right, so the question is, more Danganronpa tonight. Zero is continue, 1 is save it for next Saturday. You gotta do exclamation point vote, though. It has been super interesting, though. Holy crap. Rip the chicken. At least we figured out how the chicken was incorporated. Well, actually, we're going to do more investigating into the case, so maybe there will be more about the chicken. We did not find the chicken's body. Not even a single feather. Suspicious. It is very suspicious. One more minute. One more minute. I haven't looked at the results at all, so I don't know what's winning. We could kittle cam this. He's just resting. All right, it's 6:43. I'm gonna end the poll. And the winner, in a 7-5 vote, we are to continue. So let's keep going until about 9 p.m. Thanks for collecting the data there, Squire Pengtong. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim has been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They'd also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Oh my god, Taps. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So, where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the biolab, and the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor dorms, where the gate was down before. That should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. You know what? Fuck it. Why don't we start in the kitchen? Yeah, the Monokuma plant, huh? Yeah, they might have thrown the chicken in there. Oh, you know what? I don't know if we're ever gonna have free time again, so we should play the stupid gacha game. Yeah, our minds, Tom. I was just about to say that. Hey! I wonder if Mukuro Ikusaba had a student handbook. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, hiding out somewhere in the school. She's dangerous. Watch out for her. I think I forgot to say the ultimate despair, but whatever. What is that? What is that? Little tumbleweed or something? Black croissant? Who would even want that? It's probably like a character we learned nothing about, like Leon. I don't think it's a chocolate croissant. I think it's just black. No, it was the rock. Oh, that's neat. Aw, I bet that watch is for Taka. Yeah, exactly. Chocolate croissants aren't actually dark.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I need to go get more wine. But let's check to see if the handbook is there. Wow. I guess not. Let's refill wine, and then we're gonna check the second floor dorms. Teach cat to fetch wine. That'd be neat. Aw, Kittle's such a good girl. Alright, here we go. Oh, I'm kind of scared. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. This is the second floor of the dorms? It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. The bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. How about those papers on the ground? I opened the door just a crack, glanced inside, and immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. Literally nothing to look at in here. What's behind here? Okay. Yeah, the bathroom still looks pretty darn good. What the fuck? This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us? The class before ours must have used these lockers. There's metal plate mounted to the locker. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. I can't imagine any way to get this locker open. I'm not even gonna bother trying. I wonder if I can open this locker. It's locked. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor for the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open those up. Does that mean? Well, let's just give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran it across the card reader and then... no luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Unless if we get Mukuro's handbook, dummy. There's a metal plate mounted on the locker. Okay. So they're all the same. Interesting. Oh? This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Huh? A regret? Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her.
I'm scared.
The desk is home to a computer. It must have belonged to the headmaster. So can we go on the computer, please? What the fuck are you thinking?
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC has some search results left on it. And we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair?
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other
The ultimate
words...
despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people, whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on.
Correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have. Is that a door? Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space? Does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. You enter the right password, and the door should open right up.
However...
But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. Oh, so it's 11037, right? We can't really go from there. You're right, that's not nearly enough to go on.
It's true.
I looked through all of his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this... Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's probably what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than just that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or maybe she didn't want to think of. For example... Magical Exemplar, are you a genius?
What?
Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well...
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, and as I finished typing it in... Well. What? That did it? Kyoko, it worked!
Why?
Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Hey, Kyoko? I might as well not have even been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present. Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual.
Oh, no.
There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, I can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? You think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous, but surprising, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Jam! Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and took hold of the lid. Oh no, Jam, are you there? Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Hey, Water Sovereign. Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, that there were bones in there. Human bones.
Wrong.
Well... It's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box? Doing great, Water Sovereign. How are you doing? My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box. Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for. Hold on. How can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we already have, that's the only possible answer. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably in the school. But the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words,
that most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong, which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties, but was that all there was to it? Oh good, the panty shot again. I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do.
Oh my.
Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Honk this picture. Oh, I'm glad that her hair has always been the same, even when she was just a little child. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this picture of... Hey, Kyoko!
why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past, and yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
But why? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. Which part about the opening, Kisuan? I don't remember the rocket, no. What rocket? The rocket with Mondo? I don't really remember that. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. The headmaster's desk. He's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like. Are you sure?
Because...
Never let anything get in the way of an investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. And in the last drawer... Huh? Is this? It's an e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that was. Oh yeah, go ahead, Water Sovereign. I think you're probably right.
It would seem...
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Wait, this already played in the game? Oh, that's right, in the very beginning. Right, and we were all like, what the fuck is this game? Okay, so, yeah, that's pretty interesting, because I had completely forgotten about all that. It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? Huh, but Kyoko? I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay?
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? Favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this, and I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but...
Hey.
Could you leave? Huh?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko, don't worry, I'll be fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul, but maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you're going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right, I'm sorry.
Anyway...
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately, so please just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. I think I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, you guys. All the wine's hitting me. I'll be right back. Is she really okay? Alrighty. So Kyoko is definitely being sentimental, and I feel bad for her. Kyoko, it must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me to find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster's dead. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is... one of the students. 15 of us met in the mail hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and you get the 16. Which including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the ones still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. Oops. A leather chair. I can't imagine a student using something like this. It must have been the headmaster's. So, we have the handbook. So, we should be able to get into some of the lockers now. I wonder if I can open this locker. What about that emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Okay, let's give one more try. I took out the emergency handbook and ran it across the card reader and... all right, just what I was hoping for. Let's see what we've got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Nope, don't see anything that could be a clue. This thing is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say whose it is. Yeah, I think so, Kasuan. But there's some writing inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh? I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. That's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope.
Hope will never die.
We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation of a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. Can't imagine a worse father. So wait, was Kyoko in the school during the last disaster and she forgot about it? Unless if Kyoko has a sister she didn't tell us about. But I knew it was. I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if it belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since she left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question marks spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. What's this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This looks very jammy. This is a crystal ball. Crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. Oh, it's so fucking possible. There's our tarot cards. It's jam. 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 You know what? When we went into Jam's room and it was really decorated with stuff and it said that his bathroom was as though somebody had been there for a long time. And then we went in Kyoko's room and it was very much like fresh, undecorated. That was such an early clue that we didn't really take to heart. They're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order, and dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw, but the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I had evaporated. I'm adding jam. Oh my god. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes. Which would mean he attended classes here. No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us, and we were all sucked into this evil world. He never had the chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? Well, I'm thoroughly creeped out. The more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that looked like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems to belong to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation, but if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. And I have to believe in everyone. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was a lot. It's starting to look like Jam might actually be a bad guy.
Now do you understand?
And I'm kinda shook. What is my occupation? I'm currently unemployed, Diego. So my occupation is literally streamer. Wait, did I miss the stairs?
Shine free.
Oh, you know what I actually wanted to check? I wanted to see if they would let me go to the hidden room. Probably not, but let's just double check. I guess not. Well, okay.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured, if all the doors in the school had been unlocked, that one should be open too, right? Although I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean...
Because it might explode, right? That'd really suck. So you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Ah, wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it and opened the door. Much easier than I expected. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was... Whoa! This place is totally sci-fi! Jarek! Oh my god, 14 months? Thank you.
Where we at? I am here.
Oh my god, this episode has been so crazy. We did the 5th trial. We accidentally exposed Kyoko and saw a bad end, and then the game took us back out of the bad end and let us choose Believe Kyoko, which then led to us getting executed, but then Alter Ego saved us, and then Kyoko fell down a trash chute and rescued us, and then she negotiated with Monokuma, and then all the rooms to the school were opened up, and now we're investigating. In a nutshell, that's Danganronpa in 4.5 hours. We opened the 2nd floor dormitory, which was a mess. We found the bones of Kyoko's father, a picture that proved he cared about her, a notebook and locker full of Yasuhiro's things, and a pocketbook of Kyoko's in another locker. So, it's looking very much like Yasuhiro is the mastermind. Yeah. Well, Alter Ego died in trial number 4, but then miraculously reappeared to rescue us. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of... I was kind of thinking the same thing. Oh, hey, Paldios.
What the heck?
I mean, every part of the school leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but this place is like number 1 gross. It's like a whole different kind of league of creepy. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top, though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it looks kind of like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi'd probably freak out if he saw this. Cockpit? So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just or whatever something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button says data center. Data center. I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like that, oh, and just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed, but the data center, that's right next door. The room we were just in, that's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably better go check it out. Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. Okay, so Monokuma's gonna be there, right? Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey! Gar! Gar! Give me your donuts! Is that you, Hina?
What?
What? Aw, man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Ah, guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Aw, man. You seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma.
Huh?
Monokuma? What? For real? Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma, which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control panel, this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all its monitors. In other words...
Hey.
Kyoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true... Wait a minute, if that's true, then how is Monokuma talking to us when all the students were gathered in the same place? Sure, yeah. And the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is a 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like the face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set traps or something? I can't say it isn't possible, but I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all of our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. What's wrong, Makoto? Let's hurry up and get out of here. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? The door! It just locked on its own! What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked, but why? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted! Monokuma?
Just a second.
Hey, no fair, you can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get in the school if the school mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room. Wait a minute. If everybody was in the gym the night that Mukuro was killed, that means that if the student is the mastermind, Monokuma was incapacitated because all the students were in the same location and whoever normally goes and operates Monokuma couldn't.
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now you're being operated by someone in that room?
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
That doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way! The hatch on the floor? Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course that hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace! He's gone, but...
So,
is he really telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be open from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice, you've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later. Hina took off in full sprint, and I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class 78, student registry? It contains profiles of all of us, and Mukuro.
So in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right, it also mentioned Class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
in other words,
there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusawa, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The unevening tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. What's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. First page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So in other words...
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background, an entity floats, close, but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. All I need to pay attention to, and I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. It's just a gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think that there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's
You
fine.
seem to be lost in thought. But I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within that file you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture there? Picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. Jesus. And it even lists her vitals, 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? Who do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? 31, 22, 32, I believe. No, 5 feet 7 inches, 97 pounds is like actually skin and bones. Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice from me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words...
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch. Well, the thing is, Kisuan, the body was reported to have a lot of scars. So we don't know. Really, we don't know yet. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I'll keep it in mind, thanks. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. There are some trophies and even a shield in the display case. Bookshelf seems really well made, and it's filled with files and thick books. I'm heading over to the biolab. I think it's the last area that was locked previously. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. Like, abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? Why is it so cold in here? That's the first thing I need to figure out. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side, there's some kind of... That's it, I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies.
Now do you understand?
Does this mean the biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. Oh my god. God damn it, there's 16 of these things. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know when the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels are adjusted automatically for optimum settings. Thanks, Phil. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is the instruction manual for the fridges. It's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately.
Just as planned.
Sayaka, Junko, Leon, Chihiro, Mondo, Taka, Ifumi, Celeste, Sakura. Were any of the students that were killed Oh!
Oh my.
Oh my god. That was Junko's body planted. These are the exact measurements that Byakuya mentioned. This means Mukuro is still in the school, and somebody else is probably going to die. "5'7", 97 pounds. Oh my god. Oh. That explains. That explains why there was scars all over her body, because she got impaled by like 1,000,000 spears. I think we should stop there. I think we should cliffhanger it for next week. Oh my god.
Now do you understand?
Uh-huh. Just as planned.
That's a good point, Taps, but this is anime. Oh my god. And yeah, no, Mukuro has to be alive. Yeah, we'll just tackle it next weekend. We already, Hey, Kev. Oh my god. We explored all the new rooms, and I feel like I saved the best for last, because now I'm actually just flipping out. Also, my assistant Detective Jam seems to be MIA, so I feel bad going further than this without him. So let's switch to Epic 7. We're gonna can Danganronpa for the night. Holy shit. What an amazing episode. Oh my god. Oh my god. We got the trial for the fucking dead 16th student was a trap where we were supposed to convict Kyoko, and Kyoko tells a lie at some point, and the game says call Kyoko out or don't. And I'm like, well, she told us information that contradicts her, so we have to. And we clicked it. We clicked it, and it showed a sequence where Kyoko dies, and the rest of your people stay in the school forever, and Aoi has everybody's babies. The swimmer girl with the big boobs. And then the game was like, no, go back. Like wake up. So that was passed off as like a dream sequence. Then you choose let her go with the lie. You're the one that's then convicted as the suspect. You are about to be executed, and then Alter Ego takes over the machine that's about to execute you, and instead you fall into a hole rather than get executed. You wake up in the trash, like the area where all the school's trash goes. Kyoko then falls down in a bag of trash to help you. She tells you all of her backstory. Then they negotiate with Monokuma like, hey, that was a fucking cheap setup and you just contradicted your own rules. And then Monokuma was like, well, shit. And then they're like, so let us figure out all the mysteries of the school, and then we're gonna, like, if we're right, then we get out, and if we're wrong, you kill all of us. And he agreed to the terms. So it's the last trial. All of the previous areas of the school have been unlocked. Yeah, that bad end is super fucked up. It was her. It hasn't been said in the game yet, but Byakuya goes, oh, something interesting about I saw Byakuya in the headmaster's room because it was unlocked, and there was a student profile for everybody that was supposed to be in their class, including Mukuro Igusaba, and her height was 5 feet 7 inches and her weight was 97 pounds. And their biolab is a fucking morgue. There's 16 of these capsules to preserve dead bodies. Sayaka, Junko, Leon, Chihiro, Mondo, Taka, Hifumi, Celeste, Sakura. That means Everybody that's alive are these 6, and this one is for what's-her-face, the new student. That means she's not dead. Yeah, the 16th person wasn't actually killed. Otherwise, this would have a light on. So I'm extremely shook, and I think I'm just going to end the Danganronpa segment because I don't want to go too far without Jam.
Hello?
Yeah, how Mondo's body or Celeste's body actually got into that locker, I don't know. And nah, Jarek, I'm trying to look at this in like an episodic way. So I want to save enough content so that the next streams are filled. What I'm thinking is next Saturday, I'll arrange it with Jam so we can start earlier and hopefully just beat this game. And then Sunday, we might start Danganronpa 2, but it all depends on how Saturday goes. Plus, I like to leave things on a cliffhanger because then it, like, we get to, like, stew over it all week and how exciting it is. Yeah. To be honest... Okay. To be honest, I would prefer to finish on Saturday. But, we'll see. We did a good amount of the investigation just now. We're leaving a little for next Saturday, and then the trial will be on Saturday. I'll put all this on our schedule so that people aren't blindsided. Like, Saturday will be possibly the last class trial. I can't believe that. Alright, so that's what we're gonna do, guys. I'm just taking it all in. So, Kevin, how was work? I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's gonna be Epic 7 time now. I feel like that was absolutely an amazing episode.
It's time to be careful.
I love getting surprised by this game, like what just happened right now. Like, I live for it. I absolutely live for it. And Magical Exemplar, thank you so much for staying up and hanging out. We will see you next stream. Okay, so this is going to be Epidemic 7 Late Night. Yeah, I think it's good, say, like, we should save some of the wildness for next week so that we can get hype before the class trial. And honestly, that class trial this week was so good. Even though I will say the, what is it called? The non-stop bullet time? Oh my god, I heard those games are trash fail. Hey Kev, are you gonna play the Ori game tonight? You might? Alright, I'll leave that monitor available then. I won't fill it up with my shenanigans. How do you like the sounds of that, Kevin? Oh, yeah, Jarek. The bullet points, basically all of them made no sense.